Man, you were right. Oh my goodness. That's awkward. I've been talking to myself for a while. Well, can you hear me now? Oh man, that's awkward. The fact that there was no volume, is crazy. I do my tests and then I guess it just didn't want to comply. Explains why. Yeah. Anyway, I guess I got to start all over again. Let's see. Oh well. So I'm working on the Orlando show pin. This is a series of pins that we're doing on the Orlando show colors, which is going to be pretty cool. I've been working on these for a bit. You've seen them already, Kevin. But I also have a couple, or a few, um, others that I'm going to be doing. Other Operex pins we've got here. But for those, I can't be taking big old chunks like that. Yeah. I'll be sending this morning, trimming these down, and then I'll hop over to the wood lathe and get them shaped, and then I'll be working on them a bit from there. Just the last night, I should have been working on these, but I got some new toys that I wanted to dissect and figure out. So that's what I was doing a little bit last night. Okay, I got one more, and this one's going to be quite quick. Actually, at a pretty decent spot with this. We're going to back it up a bit. Lawrence, how you doing? Kevin, yeah, toys. Well, workshop toys. Workshop toys, things to yeah. I will just measure it again. Whatever. Yeah. Yeah, not any of those other toys. Uh, yeah, it's pretty. Pretty cool, pretty fun. That is good. Yeah, to the general public, yeah, I hear you. Let's see what we're doing here. I reckon we'll just go ahead and do some of these Opa right too. Already at it. How are things going with you, Lawrence? This is real. Treat a bit more delicately. Oops, nope, not that. This one. There we go. That. Gonna do a few passes on this. Not too. That's it. When I'm doing smaller passes, I'm not overly concerned about running it off the end compared to when I'm doing larger passes, the deeper passes in it, because it doesn't chip the same way. Because it puts, so the reason that happens is because you're putting a lot of pressure to the side, and it's almost putting more pressure than it can move, more pressure than it can cut at the rate that the carriage is running it. So that's kind of what I'm talking about with that. Yeah, that, I appreciate it. It took a lot of messing around and ruptured eardrum from the teeth. I appreciate it. Now the other thing I could do at this point, actually, is bring this up and then just do a back manual cut, and then it'll kind of define that line for me. And then it'll make it so it's a little more gradual, and it does actually make the cut towards the end there. I just don't do it because it's a bit tedious, and I haven't found it overly necessary. Could I slow down my cutting speed? Yeah, I could, but again, it wouldn't change the rate that the carriage is going as far as revolutions per distance, because that's how it's done. But yeah, I could. All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Gotta get some of these ready for the upcoming Orlando show. But yeah, Kevin, I'm not sure if you're familiar with like helicopters, but um, that's I guess kind of the analogy that I think about. So the main rotor on a helicopter, for some helicopters, right? It's not all, but some of them, the main rotor makes one full revolution, and the tail rotor makes 4 revolutions per one. So it's a 4-to-1 ratio. And this is similar to there's a lead screw down at the bottom that is what's guiding the carriage, or what's controlling the carriage, rather. And what I'm doing is when you see me moving this lever here, I'm engaging and disengaging the carriage. Let's see. Let me show you right quick what I'm talking about. Let's get this out of there first. Okay. 1 second. Let me get this set up for you. Go for a little bit of a ride here. Okay. That's good enough. Okay, so the way that this works is there is this lead screw that runs from here all the way across, and then there's actually gears inside the back end over here. So this is where the headstock is and the motor and everything, and it's got gears on the inside that I'll tear down at some point and show you. But yeah, this is the lead screw. So it's always spinning you can change the rate at which it spins. And this is for like threading purposes. So if you're doing different threading, you have to change the gears in order to get this to spin at the rate you want it to thread. I haven't done much of that, so I would not be a good person to talk to about that at this point. But perhaps later on, I'll get to that. But like I said, this is spinning at a certain rate, right? So this is about 3/4 speed, and the max is 2,500, so about 8, 9, somewhere around there. And then when I engage the carriage, what it does is there's a gear on the inside that will grab a hold of that lead screw, and then it'll just ride the track. So I'll engage it, and then it'll just move on its own. So right now we're spinning pretty slow, so it won't go very far. So if you crank up the speed, it will go faster, but it's also rotating faster at the same time. So it's one of those things. But yeah, I hope that was good info here. Let's see. That way. There we go. Simple adjustment. All right. Okay. Don't see many people making the bespoke pins. No. I mean, they do take a lot of time, money to learn, and it was something that I was determined to learn how to do. And so I didn't mind putting money into it. And well, I just kept doing it. So let's see. All right. And I also think, Lawrence, that some people don't like necessarily to share, or some people don't like video in general. So I think there's those two components as well. Let's see. All right, this body is longer, so yeah, I'm not going to worry about these right now, actually. And the reason is because I want to save a little bit more of the material, and the thicker I can leave it, the better. Which I had thought about that before, but then I had a squirrel moment, you know. Okay. So I'll just do all of the cutting on the wood lathe for that. And then, so for the caps, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, you have it geared for the lowest speed. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. It just takes a long time. You had to print your gears? Huh. Yeah, I didn't do that. Honestly, I haven't even changed the gear since I got it. And I haven't had any issues really. Other than it, you know, breaking off the end if I run the carriage too far. So I guess if you run into that problem, then that would be a consideration or a factor worth looking into. Let's see how we're looking. Nice. Okay, so for this particular one here, this is a cat, right? And what I was doing with this, because I use as many, let's see, I used basically 3 blanks per 2 pins, and because I did that, I have to be careful on the ends to maintain the certain length that I'm going for. So when I do usually do like a pilot hole, so it's a center start every time. But in this case, one, it's a shorter piece, so there's less run out anyways. And then the other thing about it is I gently put the live center into the back end, so I don't dig a hole too deep. So if and when you are doing something like that, it's worth keeping in mind. So this is going to be the one that we run a few times to make sure that we get it dialed into the size that we're going for. And yeah, once we do that, then we'll have our basically our template, and then we can run it multiple times. All right, thank you. Good. I like that. We'll go with that. All right, Kevin. I'll be right here. And then same thing with the barrels. I don't want to run that all the way to the end either. So we'll put it down a little bit more here. I guess I'll tell you this too. If you do have a metal lathe, and I don't use the digital readout very often, but this is a time where I have. So basically, I'll know the outer diameter here. So it's 17 millimeter, and then I will switch. I'll turn the digital readout on, and the diameter that I'm going to is 15.5. But because I'm going to do bigger cuts, I'm going to make it a little bit more. So it'll be 15.6 or so. So we have, let's see, we have 17 outer diameter here, and then we're going for 15.6 or so. What we need to do here is subtract those two numbers. That will give us 1.4. Then you divide that by 2, which will be 0.7. So on here, I'm just going to go to 0.7. Okay, so we're here. Let me show you where we are on this. The outer diameter here is 17. So you see that, and then you're able to see 0.7. Of course, that's okay. 0.7. So we're going to run this and see if it gets us right to where we want to be, which is about the 15.6. All right. All right, we'll turn the speed off. Okay, let's take a look and see what we've got. Right. So, like I said, 15.6 was our target, right? There we go. I'm actually going to back it up a bit to be able to cut this from a thicker diameter. There. So that worked out beautifully. Alrighty. Again, because we did the multiple blanks, or the multiple pieces from one blank, just up a little bit. It's easier to take a little bit more off than put it back on. So definitely want to kind of keep that in mind when we're working on these things. Now, like I said before, is when you were in some metal lathes, right? When you were doing the initial cut and you're taking off a decent amount, you can run into the problem of it going deeper. So you can set the carriage perfectly, but if it's taking too much of a bite off, it won't cut the correct amount every time. So just a thought to keep in mind. This doesn't even on anymore. But yeah, there's quite a few ways that you can go about doing this part. What are we doing right there? Oh, hey Kevin, have you turned any of your blanks yet? Other than, yeah, I remember that one that you put on the Liberty kit. Anything else? Just a clip of that. Let it fly, I reckon. What happened? Oh, starting today, you got some time. Nice. Yeah, work's crazy. That thing had you chasing your tail, man. That's not fun. Did you ever get it figured out though? That's crazy, man. What do you think the odds are of it sealing itself? Way that way, huh? I wonder if it was able to like heal itself somehow. The other way. That's the well. There you go. That's good. Let's see. So like the whole, you know, like I guess like a hamster feeder, or not a feeder, but a water drain kind of thing, where if a mouse or gerbil, guinea pig, whatever, if it like moves the ball, shoot, even a ballpoint pen, that's a good example too. So a roller ball, um, let's see, a roller ball, you have to push the ball for the liquid to come out. But if there was nothing there in the beginning and it was just hanging out, the flow may have caused it to move around, and then it just stopped on where it was leaking from. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Let's see, where is he? The window pencil is so close. Okay, we are actually okay. Ooh, see, this is the amount that I've got here on the end for oh, well, here. That's about where we're going. Uh, so I've got oh, not very much room. Hmm. Let's see what we can do. Ooh, not that. Okay. Nope. Right the first time. Okay. Let's see. Hmm. whip it out or not? All right, we'll see. Let's take a look. Okay. Well, always. Well, so this is actually something that I made. Let me turn the vacuum off. This is something that I made a while ago, long while ago, and I used furniture. I've got them over here. I'm trying to grab one. So I've got these little furniture pieces, right? Um, so what my problem was is that I was burying the live center too deep into the work that I was doing. And so my solution was find a washer. And so I've got a washer, and then I put those on this side to kind of give it a little bit more cushion room and the centerability uh, on the inside of the washer. That way that there's just a tiny little bit of the live center sticking into the material that I'm working with. Now, one of my foreseeable problems is this. I don't know if I'll be able to actually reach it with that. So let's see. The intent really is just to support it. Hmm. Which is, I thought it was a pretty clever idea at the time. Let's see. If I do. Hmm. Yeah, we'll just run it. Trim the washer down? No, it's not. Just really not worth that. We're just going to take smaller cuts with very light support. Perfect. Yeah, it's pretty. It was a pretty cool thing, and I used it when I made a big old bowl a while back with. I think it was my cicada display bowl. Yeah, it worked. It served its purpose. Actually, I definitely was able to use it. So that's cool. Now, the other thing I will say is that there is already something that you could get made that way. It's I got it around here somewhere. It used to be right there. But yeah, there is a live center already that has basically a different footprint that doesn't let the here one of these. So this is kind of what I'm talking about. It doesn't let the point go all the way in. It just lets it center and then it holds it on the outside. So it's not just such a small pinpoint spot. So it already exists. But there's another interesting thing about the way that I did that one is if I was to stack one more on it, it wouldn't actually stab the material, but it would create like a little bit of a dome. So kind of cool in that regard, I reckon. Or if you put a couple of them on the other live center I showed you, that could be a way to make it so you didn't stab the work. How we spinning? Okay. Nah, it's funny thinking about it because it could potentially clickbait the title of it, right? Saying that making a pin with $100 blank, it wouldn't be bait because it is. It's just like um, the other pins that I was making for the show. These were made from, let's see, the stick, or the blanks rather. I cut them in half in order to get enough to make more. But because of that, it puts you really close. So if you do happen to mess up somewhere along the way, you'll run into the problem. Nothing happening. Right on, Lawrence. Thanks for hanging out. It will be a great show, I'm sure. Not move over to the windows and thing. Do one more. Let's do that. Okay. One more pass on this before. A big pass. Look at it using it. Now we will disengage, turn off, disconnect, rewind, go back, all that stuff. Pop it off. Okay. I'm going to go back and measure these. So, and then I'm going to move the camera. So we'll hop up here for a second. Boom. There we are. Good enough. Okay. Always. Why do I always leave this up? Unrelated. Release. Alrighty. Now to move this camera. Okay. Yeah, every time. Seriously. Come on, John. Get it together. All of it together. Pardon my reach. And face. Okay. Well, that wasn't awkward. Let's see. Where do we want to? We want to point that thing. I think we want to move it. Okay. Mm. There we go. We're getting there. Let's see, we'll put it back here. Let's see. Boom, ba-dum, ba-dum. Pretty good. So everyone going to the Orlando show? Yeah, all the fam is going. All the fam's going to the show. Because we're going to Disney afterwards with the in-laws. Even though school started, so can kind of get a business what is it? A life they call it something where you can, because it is a business trip as well as another trip. Jeez. Yeah, it'll be fun. Um, we're most looking forward to. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. Um, what is it? Mm, so what you can do is, um, so you can't write off the the Disney part, no, but you can write off like the gas to get there, the car stuff. I am not a tax professional. Consult your own professional before you do anything, but yeah, there's a lot of things that you can do. Let's see. Flip. There we go. Aha. Okay. Yeah, not legal stuff, or not legal guidance or anything like that. There. Now I'm not trying to figure this out inverted. How frustrating. Let's see. Is that a good spot? I can do what I need to here. Um, bring you around, drop you down. That's pretty good. Yeah, good enough. Good enough. But yeah, as far as the stuff goes, you can do that for the gas. You can do it for the wear and tear on your car, like a portion of that stuff. And then while we're at the show, you know, you can have business meetings with people, you know, over dinners and stuff like that. So, um, yeah, heck yeah. Okay, that looks good. That looks good. Yeah. Hmm. Now, there probably is a way to do the whole trip tax deductible, uh, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is I don't know because you probably need to like have receipts and stuff like that. But you know, the other thing is is you have to be making a livable income. He gave the trip away at the show. Yeah, of course. It was a fundraiser. It was a great success too. Let's see. I am going to be right back. Uh, I'm going to be right back, and then we'll get to shaping some stuff. Yep. Getting people to the table. Yeah. Shoot. A lot of people come around just because they're interested in like seeing whatever it is and, learning a little bit about you and yeah, just like knowing, getting to know people that are in the same, um, I don't know, who share similar interests. So yeah, I go around and I talk to a lot of people, leaving Abby at the table. Not the whole time, but I do sometimes. And no, yeah, yeah, I reckon, I reckon that's the case. All right, so what do you think of this view? That's pretty good. Not bad, not bad. Okay, and I will be right back. Just a moment. All right, back at it. Back in the saddle. The wife is going to grab some Chick-fil-A. Mm. Looking forward to that. Okay, so what we need to go back and do is measure the caps and make a mark on them so I can know how far I've got to cut, or I can cut rather. And all of these are going to be Marauders, which is pretty cool. The club. Yeah, I'll pretty much only get the spicy chicken, no pickle. That's what I get pretty much every time. Spicy chicken, no pickle. Have you ever tried to get their fries extra crispy? Their waffle fries? Because we used to do that, and then I think they stopped doing it because it took more time. Um, but man, when they did, we got well done fries. That was good. It's fun times. It was a thing. It might be at your Chick-fil-A, but the one that we were going to for a while, it wasn't anymore. So like, yeah, we don't do that anymore. Okay. Bummer, man. So, bit of a bummer, but you know, it does take them more time and they don't charge anymore. So, but yeah, it was good when it was when they were well done. Okay. Oh man. I think that happened because the customers started getting too demanding. They've been right for too long. And so they had to draw the line somewhere. And some, I think some businesses are calling their bluffs. They're like, you know what? I'm never coming here again. They're like, okay, see you next week. It's funny. It's only a little bit funny because, you know, I say it jokingly, but it's, you know, kind of true at the same time. So, yeah, no kidding. These first world problems are a real doozy. Let's see. I mean, they can, I reckon. Some can be hard to work with, but I've always found it amusing. People are like, you know what? I'm going to go into business to where I don't have to deal with customers anymore. And that's only the case if you have somebody that is dealing with your customers. So um, I think there is a misconception about those things. Same thing with the work hours, I would guess. Like, yeah, make my own hours. I'm tired of this 9 to 5 working 60 hours a week. 60 is a lot of hours, but just saying. Some, some, I don't know. It's a rude awakening, I think, for some people. They're like, you know what? I'm going to do this. Everybody's talking about how this is so awesome, easy, and all that. But, you know, I think having people around you that are doing what it is that you want to be doing is a pretty significant thing. If 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 the individual is the type of person that needs that kind of stuff, and I think everybody does to an extent need some sort of support or guidance or things along those lines. But yeah. I don't know if I mentioned it. Probably not. But my degree that I was working towards, that I'm like, I don't know, 6 classes away from finishing, was business leadership. But I don't see myself being like a CEO of any big company. Kind of is one of those things that uh, I heard. I think it was Jimmy Donaldson, Mr. Beast. I think it was something that he said was something to the effect of, if I rated your stream or if I rated your YouTube, whatever, uh, with like a million of my people, what would you do? There's a good chance that you wouldn't be able to handle that, and you probably get pretty easily overwhelmed because you haven't quite built up to that point. Um, and so it's an interesting thought to like imagine what you would do in an extreme case like that. I mean, it would definitely gain you exposure, sure, but is that the kind of uh, exposure that you could handle at that point in time? Would you say that you were equipped and stuff like that to handle like the volume and stuff? So it's cool that life gives you lessons at a pace that it is able to see that you are able to handle. I don't know if I guess you believe that kind of thing, or if you see it that way. I guess that's how I think about it. You know where you work, does some online classes for businesses. cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Not super exciting, but I'm doing all my marks. So this top one, this top mark, or the lower mark rather, is the depth, and then up here is basically my space to either shape it or do a recess in order to do a finial. And then this part down here is just the overall length of the pin that I'm going to be going for. So those are the marks that I'm making right now. A little tedious, but you front load it, you won't have to worry about it. Take a team, yeah, probably. Um, like at least somebody to, well, it would take a team probably in that capacity, or it would take pretty intimate familiarization with the software, um, because the software allows you to put like a delay on the feed. But if you've never had to do that, and then you have like a zillion people that are just flooding your chat, you can't see anything. It's one of those things. You don't really know what you don't know until you've had to cross that bridge. Why 3 blanks for 2 pins? Well, is that normal? Nothing about bespoke is normal. But when it comes to that, it's no, it's a little non-standard actually, we'll say, because most that use bespoke blanks, uh, I'm not using bespoke blanks. The blanks that I'm using aren't they're not bespoke blanks. They were basically these. So um so these are, different, right? But they're also not as long. These are like 5 1/4, I think, about 5 1/4. So part of the reason I'm doing this is because I want to get as much of the effect as I can throughout the pen. So that's why I'm doing it the way that I'm doing it. But yeah, when you use longer bespoke rods, yeah, you can absolutely do that. I can make a pin with one, no problem. But because they're 5 1/4, I use 3 blanks to make 2 pins, and you're a little limited on how long it can be because the different measurements that go into that. So, um, you know, but yeah, typically with a bespoke blank, you can get an entire pin, no problem. Even if you wanted to do caps, or not caps, clips, you'd be able to separate that. Yeah, you pick up what I'm putting down. Heck yeah. Alrighty. Just got these. No, it's a good question. Good question. And they do make square molds for bespoke blank size, like 8.5 to 9 inch square molds, believe it or not, um, which is kind of crazy. That's actually how we made the show pin, is a blank that's really long. Um, these were um, these are like 9 inches, I think, and it was a square. It was a flat square actually, and then it was cut into slices and then turned around. So that's what these are from. Yeah, and those are not blanks that Abby made. Those are those are blanks by BBC, but I don't think that he has been selling blanks or making blanks for a long time. And then with this stuff, this is how far you push it, because you don't want to waste any of the material really. You want to squeeze that lemon, squeeze the juice out of that bad boy as best you can. Did you hear that? It sounds bad, but it's a part of the material. It's not really much to do about it other than, oh, it's not that it's a tight fit. It's just it's like the material is that way while we're working on it. So I'm gonna try something to make it not be that squeaky sounding. But no, it's not that it's a tight fit. Yeah, like there's a little bit of wiggle when you start. So what's causing that sound is actually vibrations. So the surface from the threads is actually causing a vibration, which is causing that squeaking sound. So I'm thinking that maybe um, if we're able to, I don't know, make them more slick by maybe polishing them or something like that, that it won't happen anymore. What kind of material is it? This is Operex. This is this stuff. Remember from a long time ago, I cut the blocks. like a month and a half ago, I cut these damn blocks. And I'm just now getting to finishing them up. But yeah, I imagine the it's like it shows you the breakdown of what it is. It's like silica, and it's a synthetic opal. It's blended with resin somehow, um, which I don't know how. Excuse me. But yeah, the material itself, like I mentioned it a little bit before, each blank is, I think it maths out to about $50 a blank or so, somewhere around there. And in order to make two, it's like $100 worth of blank. So this piece is actually a little thin on one side. Oh, it's a little thin on one side, so I may be able to get one pin out of this. But this, I think it was like 80 bucks or something like that. 163. I think it's like 80 cents per gram. Or something, somewhere around there. Anyway, it's not cheap. It's synthetic opal though, so it's lab grown opal, and people like it. People really like it. There's not many makers that do it because it is a real pain in the hindquarters. Yeah. I don't know if people even talk about the price that they sell them for, but no, it's a lot of wear on your tools. It like, yeah, I'm not I'm not necessarily justifying the price, but I'm also telling you kind of why the price is high as it is, because it's hard to work with. Um, it can be very finicky if you haven't used it before, because it's very different. It's like in between acrylic and alumilite as far as how it feels to turn. Um, it can crack, a little cracky sometimes. Um, and then, yeah, like I was saying, when you're putting threads into those different pieces, it's it's a hard material, causing your threads to get, or your taps and dies to be worn a little faster. So just I guess something to think about if you wanted to jump into it. I know of some people that have broken many of blanks trying to uh, get it to do what they wanted it to do. And that's one of those things you don't want to, you probably don't want to have to learn too many lessons on something that on something like that. Like, sure, mistakes happen, no problem, but when you want to have a pretty good grasp of whatever it is. And fortunately, I was fortunate enough to have somebody send me the material. I may have talked about this before, but I was fortunate enough to have somebody send me the material and say, "Hey, if I send you this, will you make me pins out of it?" And I was like, "You might not get anything out of this because I've never worked with it." And she was like, "Okay, okay, I will take the risk." And man, I was like, "Oh God." And so she sent me a block of it, and that was the first time I ever worked with it. So it was pretty cool. Really, really cool. I was grateful for the opportunity, and I will say as well, I didn't let her down. She ended up with two pins out of it. Um, so I didn't take the whole. I was able to get four blanks out of the material, and I just did one blank or two blanks for each pin. I wasn't doing the halvesies kind of thing, trying to maximize that. That's not the time to learn how to do that, or you got to limit your risks. What is it? A risk assessment sheet? Yeah, you can only take so many before it's like now you're being careless. So anyway, I guess those are my thoughts on that. Would it have worked? Maybe. It probably would have. But, you know, I was going for the best and most ideal outcome, and I didn't want to have other things to worry about. But on the other hand, because she did give me that opportunity, um, and I probably never would have bought it myself to try it, at least not for a long time. But I didn't charge anywhere close to what I do now. Yeah. Even if somebody sent me the material, um, the cost to do that would be higher. And it's partly because I got the XPs, man, leveled up. All right, let's see. Um, yeah, I think we're good. I think we can start. Yeah. Well, I think it was a mutually awesome thing. So I felt, I had that feeling of like, wow, they trust me enough with this like super expensive material. But it's one of those things that you have to, from a business point of view, you have to remember that a dollar to you is not a dollar to somebody else. Sometimes a dollar to you is like $100 to somebody else, and to others, it's a penny. So it's it's a perspective in some cases. Mm-mm-mm-mm. There we go. All right. There we go. Looking good, looking good. All right. So you got the knurled one? Oh, sweet. You got it yesterday. Okay. Let's see. Where are we going to start here? And the mandrels? Sweet. Um, we are going to start with the taps. With that. All the mandrels, that's awesome. Did you get the taps and dies for the mandrel? Next on your list, right on. You're gonna be set up in no time. Hmm. There we go. This is where we want to be. Got to pop out my live center from my metal lathe. I have another live center in a box somewhere. I don't know where it went though. Okay, let me see if I need to. All right, we're actually sitting nice. There. Okay. I want to push in too hard. Nice. Oh, weird. This is the left. So it's inverted. Okay. All right, let me go hit Morty. Morty! No. Hmm. No. What? So these are going to have a little extra something in there. And I'm thinking I'm going to do it before. Okay. Well, with that being the case, I'm going to change my plan of attack here. I gotta think about it for a second. So if I'm doing a finial on these, thinking I would just go ahead and do my finial and then do the shaping using that as the support because they're already trimmed nicely. Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. I get all set up, then change the plan. But you know what I don't need to change the plan on? Operex. Ooh, food has arrived. Will you hit Morty, please? What? That's the plan. Right. Okay. So the food is here. So I'm probably going to just do a quick 15-minute break, get the plan for the rest of these and how I'm going to shape them, and then we'll get back to it. And then we'll get all the shapes banged right out. So do a quick little, well, lunch break here. Let's see. We're going to be practicing with single start. Nice. But yes, thank you so much for hanging out with me so far, man. It's always good. Always good. Yeah, got to go fuel the machine and then get back to it. But I'll probably just leave the stream on. That way I don't have to stop it, change it, reset it up, and all that stuff. Heck yeah. check. And we're good. How about that? Woo! We're back. Ready for some action. Let's see. So we've got a plan for the everything. For the Opa Rex, it's going to be 2 Guardians. And then for the other ones, it's going to be finials on all of them, only on the caps. Boom. That's the plan. Okay, so I need to take a look at right quick is how this is going to happen. So I'm thinking I'm going to go back to the metal lathe, and then I'm going to do a little of this, a little of that, yeah, and then that's my concern right there. I see. Okay. Oh, I'll just do that first. Then I'll do the other. Yes. The initial pilot hole began. Yeah. So my thoughts here. We'll go over to the other side here. I'll show you right quick what I'm talking about. So my thought here is I'm going to use a Forstner bit. I had to figure out how I was going to do this. So I'm going to get the initial center punch. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I'm going to do the initial center punch. Boom. And this is going to take it down. And then I'll use a different tool to clear it out just a bit more. Let's see. So pop over here. Gonna go this way. I'm gonna be at my metal lathe for just a bit longer. So the reason I'm doing it at this step is because it's gonna be the straightest and flattest because I just trimmed it, right? So we'll take a look. Yeah, she's spinning really. Oh, let's bring it over here a little bit and pop it up. There. That is good enough. Anyway, so yes. I want to keep it 20 wood here. Okay. Just a little bit. Good. Now, from here, okay, so I've got a minor recess here. Next thing I'm going to do is take that out, strip on that, come over here, and use this. So we come in like that. Good. Yes. And let's see. Okay, so last thing we got to do is flatten it out. Let's see. So this, and flatten it out. What have I got? Hmm. Hmm. That'd be nice. Take a look, see what that does. Hmm. Hmm. You know what? Before we do anything, let's just go. Let's take a look. So let's hop over to the editing. Show you what I've done here. All right. So here we are. This is the finial that we're going to be using. So, and this is also where the live center is going to go. So I want to make sure that I keep it, plenty large there. So let's see. Hmm. I'm going to get a little 1/2 inch piece here. Okay. I think what I'm going to need to do is drop that down just a little bit more. We can adjust that here a little bit. Let's go ahead and back this up and then go ahead and get one shaped at least. Make the adjustment that we need to. Yep. Okay. That's now supported. Push too far in there. Now we just need to basically taper it just a tiny bit because we want to put a 1/2 inch finial on that. We don't have a lot of room or a lot to take off here. So I'm going to use our handy dandy file and make the taper that we're going to do. Maybe I need to flip this. This is odd looking, huh? Let's see. Oh no. Not that. Jeez. Yeah, whoops. Well, I reckon for now it's just gonna be like this. Weird. Okay. All right. Well, we're just gonna leave it like this for a little bit. I'll revisit it again and see if we can address it. Anyway, so like I was saying, gotta get that slight taper, but we can't take off too much because then we would start encroaching on that half-inch space with finial. So we're pretty much going to leave this part alone for now. Actually, figure out Morty right quick. Kevin, good to see you. You out in your shop right now? So, good. Gotcha. There. Nice. I think that's all we needed right there. You woke up today, then had 4 days off. Dude, that's nice. How's your foot doing? Oh, fully recovered? Fantastic. That's good to hear. Good to hear. All right, so I'm gonna do this just this time. So, you know, swap out the cat manual for the body manual. So we can take a look at it. Yeah. What mandals did you end up getting? Did you get the M10, M13 section mandal? So just to point out, like this little guy right here, this little groove, was from when the carriage went across, and then when I did like the second or third pass, it hit just the very start of that deeper part, and what it did is it took the carriage in. So this is kind of a visual representation of what I was talking about before. That's what that little spot is. So we're going to take it down. And that could be avoided. But just a little bit. A little bit different. Yeah. Okay. And just a slight little relief here in the back. Go down a bit. So this little last little spot will come out. You can see. And then these little flakes that like to hang out. They will also get smoothed away with some sandpaper. Okay, so this is what we're looking at. Let's see. Bulges. Bulges. I like that. Calipers. Here, 14. And it looks like it bulges out. It does, that's right. 14.06. 14.06. So 0.02 or 0.2, I mean, 0.2 millimeters. Well, I noticed it. So Hmm. A mini sunrise. Hey. Yeah, it is. All right. We are going to address that. Okay. Sometimes the colors, when you're looking at the different colors, um, just like camouflage, when you're putting camouflage on, uh, the darks and the lights, appear closer and further away. In case you didn't know that. So the darker, I'm pretty sure makes it so you put dark on things that are sticking out and light on things that you want to come out. Pretty sure. It's been a little while. But, that kind of illusion and also lend itself, show itself rather, on things like this. Right. This two, largely right there. I'm just going to run it this direction. All right, there we go. All right. Somewhere like that. Well, let me know what you think of this video before you do that, please. Do you want it recessed more? All right. Well, for a second, let me see. I'll try to come back here. Hey, get over here. Hey, down. That's right. We'll take a look at this right quick. I don't know why I got the nose. What was it? What was it? Studio. Here.
So here's how it sits. It probably needs to be recessed just a little bit more.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I know it's like it is a little bit domed on the inside.
However you need to do that, but just a hair more.
I'm trying to flip this over. He said it's like a little mini sunrise.
Is anything shaped or is it still?
Well, that one that you had in your hand.
This is shaped?
No, the one that you just brought over, babe. The one that was in your hand.
I'm not starting those until they're all done. I mean, I have to do sections, I guess, but I'm not messing with the caps until I can line them up. Hi, Kevin.
I have switched this. Now I don't know how to switch it back.
Can't help you.
I
But I'll finish those and then they all have the sections done though, right?
All the sections are done now. Even the Operec section.
I'll probably line up a bunch of sections.
Hillbilly, how you doing?
Me.
Just sending out them compliments. What's the occasion? Well, I heard you were coming, so I wanted to make sure everybody was looking spick and span for you. It's not greasy. Yeah. You just got a 100-star note and change. A 100-star note and change. Cool. $100. I have to look and see what that is. A $100 star note. Is it like one of the like a I don't know, one of the imperfections in one of the coins? Or... I want to celebrate with you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Every so a serial number range and actually ends with very interesting. Huh. Kevin, yeah, man, you and me both. In rough condition, you get the $2 each. But hey, there you go. There's a quick ROI right there. Oh, really cool. That's exciting. Well, congrats on that find. I had to fix this. You usually collect coins, but star notes are fun. Okay. You turned some buffalo horn yesterday and it stinks? Oh man, I'm not surprised. It's crazy. Well, now you know for sure, right? Did you give me that pin back? You told me to recess the cap a bit more. Oh, okay. But it's beautiful. Nice. That's good to hear. Makes it a little bit more worth it. Sorry, I'm over at the metal lathe. I gotta recess this a bit more. And it's not so much recessing as it is trying to flatten it out a little bit. I think. So typically what people do when they're doing finials, they will, um, from my understanding at least, they will use a Forster bit, and that works, but it creates that hole, right? So, oh, right on, Hillbilly. Thanks for lurking. um, so recessing these using a Forster bit makes it that spike in the middle, right? That's how it centers and then guides it straight in. But I want to make it flat. So the Forster bit works well for that. But I think what I need instead is a very, very small point on like a 1/2 inch drill bit. And I tried to grind one. It did not work how I wanted it to. So let's see. Where the heck did I put it? Ah, there. So this is what I did. I ground a 1/2 inch bit, um, ground it down. So I'm just going to use this, and it's going to guide. It's going to make it nice and flush. So one more second. I got to do that right quick. Eventually, I'll get the 3 cam stuff going on. I think I need a think I might need a PC upgrade in order to do that seamlessly. But I'm not super positive about that. Yeah, they do. But this is the CNC bit. What the problem is that it creates like a little dip down, so it's not perfectly flat still. Uh, so I had to kind of remedy that. But I think I got it. As you can see the shape of it. I guess you can. Hold on. There we go. So you can see the shape of it, but it still has like uh, it just doesn't make it flat. It makes it kind of domed almost. But yes, it is a good piece, and they're sharp, and they're useful. But and maybe they do make another one. Excuse me. I might have to do a little bit more searching for it though. Here you go. Oh, jeez, please. How's that? All right. Looking good. Sure. Just put it all together. Did you want me to keep them over here or over there? What you want me? What you want me to do? No, that's fine. Here. Okay, line them up. uh, yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna have to take a look in that because this one, the way that it's shaped, I'm not sure if you're able to see, but you can kind of see that it's kind of like it's kind of like this. You see what I'm saying? Kind of like a smiley face. Um, so not ideal for this, but it was my first shot at. I bought so much stuff of just trying to get the right stuff to do what I wanted it to do. So. Yes. So for the rest of these, I'm going to stay over here at my metal lathe for a second, and then I'll hop over and get them turned. And because of that, let's hop over to this one. You hit Morty, and we'll hang out for a minute over here. Can't really see what I'm working on though. But don't want to have to get the other cam back over there. Okay. But yes, I think that is the way I'm going to do these in particular. Yep. So the other reason I'm doing it like this, in this sequence rather, is because I got to know how deep I can cut. So for the tapering purposes. Cruising right along here. Alrighty. Ooh, jeez. Nice. Have some CNC bits. There you go. But it's not super pressing. I was able to do all of these pretty quickly. Just had to change up how I did it. Okay, here we go. I don't know how much actual turning I'm going to be doing on these caps. They're pretty much already, not a lot of material needs to come off. But the reason the Forstner bit is also nice is because it gives you a center start, right? So not only do you have the center start bits that you could use, but if you could, you know, be able to do multiple functions at the same time, that's more ideal than a single function. So making it flat and giving it like a little crown is nice. So I didn't have to use a center start on that. Okay, so let's see. Oh, I'll just bring it down. This also gives Abby a little bit more of a an ability to adjust it to where she needs it. As long as it's just a tiny little bit of sanding down, she can easily take that down. So how is your wife on getting all of your trimming stuff? Is your wife saying, I don't want anything to do with that? Or is she like, oh yeah, that sounds awesome? Good. Okay, drop speed quite a bit. There we go. Also, if you do plan on using uh, on a file, a brass brush is pretty good. Brass brush has been all right. All right. Sounds awesome, but doesn't want to do anything at this point. Hey, that's all right. Abby didn't either. She didn't want anything to do with it for a while. But yes, it's one of those. If you build it, they will come. But I gotta say, Abby is not at all interested in turning or making a pen. She doesn't want to. She'll make the blanks and stuff like that. Which works out because I pretty much only want to do the making. She wants to do the other part. All right, let's go ahead and measure this up against another one, right? So I can see where we're sitting. Hmm. The body. Let me see the cap too. Okay. So here we go. You can see that the cap on the left is slightly taller than the one on the right. So when it comes to making these, it's something that she'll have. I gotta go ahead and relay to her. Uh, Kevin, you can't have my wife, man. That's what she's doing. She does a lot of that stuff too. I do next to no social media. Mm, Uh, that's all her. Okay, hey. So I left you a big frown on most of them, and you'll need to take it down a little bit, but this gives you more room on the inside until that point. You know what I mean?
It's fine in there.
So you're gonna need to drop it by another half. Do you see what I'm saying though? Okay. But you have to drop it down. No, while you sand. You have to sand like half of it down. Like every time. All of them. Except for that one. No, I was just kidding, Kevin. What are you doing? Oh, you're going all out of a sequence.
All right. Where's the... Oh, you want me to do it the other way?
You don't have a mandrel yet either. Well, they're all going to get sanded a lot. That's what they do.
It's fine.
Well, this is the one that I just did.
So you're going this way?
So the rest of the time, yes. But you have all three pieces of the other one. Just take those. We're getting our racks organized. Hey Kevin, is your wife good at social media already, or is she working on it, or what? Social media is a consistency game, I would say. If you're a scheduled kind of person, probably more suited to that type of skill. I'm just going to put them back here, and then you can come get them. Okay? I'm just going to put them right back here, and you can get them.
Yes. Because I do them left, right, so that's how I find them.
Love you too. I'm gonna get back to it now. All right. I think I have mentioned that. Wait, I just did this one. What am I doing with this guy again? I think I may have mentioned that I am pretty I guess, OCD when it comes to liking things a certain way. And I like all of the blanks to be how I have made them up until this point. Like, I just like it that way. I know that they are different because they're from different components, but they were all made for that specifically. Should they all be the same? Yeah, pretty much. They're pretty much the same. But still, there is a small thing that isn't always the exact same, and that is where the barrel threads that's where the barrel threads meet up with the section, and so that is the very minor difference. And that's where you can see some deviation. So basically the base of the section, I like it to be as wide as possible, but still be smaller than uh, the crests and troughs of the threads from the barrel threads. Let's see. You need to visit with me sometime. Having trouble getting good color separation. Color separation, that is heat. That's really the main thing. If you don't have a thermometer already, Hillbilly, thermometer will also be a helpful tool, like an infrared thermometer. That'll help you with that. And then, everybody's got their own flair of what temperature they do it at. But you'll get anywhere between like 95 and 105 probably degrees. And it's going to depend on how many you're making at one time. So, there you go. Well, they've called me twice now. You should call them. You can call them, right? Well, they keep calling me, is what I'm saying. So, give you all a little rundown. I'm getting a call. Oh, okay. Well, why would they call me twice? Anyway, so we had a washer and dryer for a long time, right? Like 10, 12 years or something like that. So we got our money's worth out of it, sure. And then we moved back to East Coast, North Carolina area. And then the our washer gave out or something. Yeah. And so we're at a point now where we got to replace that. And so the delivery people are just calling me and saying, hey, we're going to be delivering it tomorrow. So there's a reason for me to say anything. But they called me multiple times. In the voicemail, they didn't say that I needed to call them back. It's like, come on, man. Pick it up for me. If they know I'm streaming, how could they not be tuned into my stream, you know? Man, the audacity of people these days. Just kidding. Yeah, let's see. Hillbilly, yeah, you're probably not waiting long enough. Some people say they pour at 125. Okay. Try it out, man. If you don't think that you're pouring at a hot enough temperature, go hotter. That's all I can say. Sometimes your outcome will also be different than ours because of the climate that you're in too. So that's something. Environmental considerations are a factor when it comes to resin. You're making some snakeskin blanks and want some slight swirls in it. Yeah. Well, Hillbilly, if you do like a let's see, there is a way you could do swirls like manually by using like a toothpick. I don't know how big the piece is that you're doing, but you can dip your like a toothpick into like a pigment or a blended resin with pigment, and then all you do is put that into the like clear or whatever you poured in there, and you can get some very light wispy effects. You can also pour it in from a higher point, which is another cool one. Kevin, too scared? Yeah, man. I know some people have talked about that, but sometimes those temperatures, you are flirting with disaster. Hillbilly, just thinking you check and see. Well, it really depends on the effect that you're going for, but yeah, I'd say heat is what your secret sauce when it comes to that color separation element of it. So that's a very tedious thing, Hillbilly. If you do use that technique, it's a very tedious thing. And then you also are going to need to be careful because if you did a little too much, you could end up with placing a pigment pocket right where you go in with the toothpick. I'm going to say one more thing about it. Oh, that's what it was. If you do use a toothpick, remember resin doesn't like moisture. So a toothpick or something like a toothpick, as long as it doesn't have like moisture in it. Oh, that's what's going on here. Like, why the heck is this not turning me? I'm turning it too slow. A syringe, yeah. If you were going to use a syringe, you'd have to use a pretty large bore. And let's see, I would go ahead and mix it with resin, the pigment that is. That way, when you inject it into it, then yeah, it would already be mixed. You wouldn't just be putting a pigment pocket right smack dab in the middle. But yeah, you could absolutely use a needle to place it. Good idea. You're gonna have to let me know. Have to let me know how that works. Because I've only used like a stick or metal piece, metal wire, to do that before. Haven't done a syringe. I've used. I have a pipette, but we haven't used it for blanks yet. Oh, this is why you thought chatting with you would be helpful. Nice. Like bouncing ideas off smart people. Man, Billy, I appreciate it. I try. Right on. Don't get kidnapped now. I want you to come back. Hmm. See, there is some benefit to having like a hive mind kind of thing. When it comes to ideas. We'll call them a think tank, not a hive mind. That sounds good. We'll call it a think tank. Round. That's good. Let's see. Anybody else in business? And there we go. Let me trim that in. I may have just done, but too slow. Speed up. No break. Yeah, a little too much. So we're going to go ahead and put that right quick. Just the camera. Oops. Okay. We're ready. Let's go ahead and flatten it back out anyway. Come on now. This one guy. Put it up. All right. This. Clean. We must first clean the area, affected area. Address. There you go. Okay. This is getting there. Welcome to production mode. I gotta say, at least in this one, we'll probably get to see something finished. Nice. But when you do production mode type of stuff, it really gets repetitions in. So I would say that it's you know, uh, not always the most exciting when it comes to like the most ideal thing you could be doing. Right now, I want to see what's inside other blanks. But on the other hand, I'm excited to share these pins with people, and I'm excited to see what they look like finished, that kind of stuff. So it's a balance of being you know, interested in one thing and being patient enough to, I guess, delay that satisfaction. It's knocking the corner off right there, so that's not so bad. It usually gets hit the same things you just want to have for sure. Let's see. So and measure this real quick. Get my calipers. So if the calipers go for measure that. Okay. We're going to go. Need to switch out the manual. Back this up a bit. So all we need to do is taper this. And take that. Nice. Here we go. Okay, too drastic here. When you're spinning the lathe like this and it's not supported, you can see like a shadow wobble at the end. It's called a run out. And if you were turning it like this, it's going to end up warped. So if you do any turning like this, it needs to be supported. Um, Other than that, if you're going just like straight in, basically like from right to left, it's not as big of a deal. Right? But if you were trying to turn like that, you will get a result that is out of round. Be kind of an oval shape. That is high. LCD. Oh, welcome back, Kevin. Glad you made it home nice and safe. Just working through the bodies. Yeah, you don't want to do that. find my cutoff point. And too slow. Right. A little bit more off the back end here. Then tell you a little something right quick about parting this last little bit, and it can save you some frustration. So when you're doing this parting right here, you want to support the work, right? But you also have to get this parted off. So the way that I do it is I actually part it from the right side, kind of going back and forth. And then I'm trying to stay off of this, because if you part it too hard on the side that you're working on, um, and it's really close to the length that you want it to be, you don't really have a lot of error. But if you're pushing too hard, what can happen is once you get this dimple on this side, or the little bit in the middle small enough, you can push too hard and then break it, and then you'll have a little recessed hole, which you don't want. So that's a part of why I go back and forth the way that I do, and I actually focus on the right side. So it came off of this end instead of that end. So all I got to do is flatten that out now. And then, like I mentioned before, you can kind of see it's wobbling because it's spinning pretty fast. But if you're going straight in, not the problem. Also, that's why you sand at a slower speed too, for things like this, because you don't want that to work. So, if you didn't know, now you do it. So you shouldn't get anything that's out of round too much. Oh, dude. I don't know if I mentioned it before, not pen related, but um, so while we're in Orlando, let me back up a little bit more. I was looking at concerts for artists, music artists that were coming to around where we live, and I saw that Rob Zombie was coming. Woo! Let's go to a zombie concert. But kind of where I started. We'll be in Orlando. is bummed. Little bummed. Don't know how many more tours he's got left in him. So, gonna do this. I just think that would be a cool concept. But Monday, we're actually going through. I may have said it already, but we're going through a falling in the church country. Going to a falling in reverse concert. It'll be pretty cool. What are you doing? Okay. They're all half inch. They're all half inch.
I don't want to start gluing
Falling in reverse, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Probably not a whole lot of people, at least that would watch or that do watch, uh, bespoke pin making. If they've heard of falling in reverse. It's kind of funny when I look at the metrics of the YouTube demographics that watch my videos. It's it's kind of funny sometimes. So that's where I'm kind of getting that assumption from, I would say, without sharing too much. But I think you pick up where I'm going there with that. I mean, I guess there's a good little rambling story here. When I first started turning, my wife and I, we would go to like a little bit of woodcraft all the time. And I was much younger and I went to woodcraft like once or twice ever. Um, and it was never for myself. It was for, I think, because my uncle needed to go. So very forgettable at the time. Um, but, it's funny because I always thought it was grumpy old dudes that were returners. And just over time, I was proven a little bit wrong, but also not 100% wrong. There's not many women, but there are some really good turners that are women. Some of the ones that I watch a little bit, and like Harwood. I watched her video. She turns large skulls and stuff. Watch that. And, yeah, some I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but I think that was actually a stereotype more or less before, but you know, I'm innocent until proven guilty kind of person. I reserve judgment until I win multiple times. But they're nice, they're friendly, they just appeared grumpy on the surface, I guess. Again, I don't know. I just kind of think sometimes it was they didn't want to waste the time, just kind of assuming that it wasn't something that I was going to be uh, interested in enough for them to allocate some of their time to explain to me what it was that I was asking. So I guess that was they'll explain, no problem. So it's not a knock on them by any means. It's more of a I don't know the vibe I got. But it wasn't avoided. It's a little funny. Anyway, what's your experience with woodcraft, rockler, or brick and mortar stores? Oh, I should also point out, though, on the other hand, this happened at Woodcraft. They were very excited that my kids were really interested in talking to them about blanks. So, let's say that's props. So, they seem stuck up. Yeah. I suppose I did go in there not really looking for wood. I was looking for resin stuff. So that could have been a part of why the it's not wood craft, it's resin craft. So there's definitely some people like that too. Like the carbide, yuck, high speed steel for life. Look, I got I got no problem with high speed steel. I just don't want to use it. You know how many times I would have been sharpening these things if I was using high speed steel? It'd be like every other pin I'd be sharpening. Tapered. Yeah, you know that. You're right. That is one of the better ones, isn't it? You're not down with that? No, me either. I could appreciate it, and I get that it can be easier to do um, on wood, and it will absolutely last longer on wood. But I guess the rate that I turn would not be. I did learn how to use them. Initially, I was thinking I'm gonna at least want to know how. So I'm not great at it, but I can definitely learn something from start to finish with that, with high-speed surveys. Yeah, like American Muscle Car versus Rice Rocky fight. Yeah. Shoot. That reminds me, I looked at that new Audi hatchback, or not hatchback, wagon. Um, man, I think it's like the S5 or something. I'm not super savvy on Audis, but man, that one was, it looks good. Shame it's like $200,000. Got like 500 horsepower, but it's a like a family wagon. So yes, that looks fun. With that price tag, whew, you can buy a house. We're not falling down that rabbit hole. Last car you did that on with a 96. Whew. That was the total amount spent in the Beamer, or is that what you're saying? You spent that much into it, or you put that much into it? Ah, oh, you bought it new. Okay. What kind of Beamer was it? Must have been a nice one. Because those M3s I thought were pretty awesome. And I still do. I still think they're really good looking cars. Oh man. Well, that's fun, right? Did you have fun with it though? I hope you had fun with I like I like my the Beamer motorcycle. Most comfortable and fast car you've been in. Do you still have it? You still rocking that bad boy? The fastest car I was in was like, yeah, it was 650. It was a 650 horsepower Subaru. Oh, nice. Almost 500 ponies. Woo! Travel pretty quick in that. Oh yeah, the Subi. Yeah, it was the older the older one. I think it was like a 2016, maybe a 2016 or something like that, or 2012. I don't know. It was an older version, older model that he dropped like I think 20 to $25,000 in upgrades. The Subaru was it was all-wheel drive, and I think it was only a single turbo, but yeah, all-wheel drive. So it's like the power's right there. It's, but it was a manual too. So you punch the gas, and you just like instantly redline on the lower gears. Yeah, it was. She'd move, I tell you what. The V6 twin turbo. Woo! I wish. Yeah, it's really funny. I saw a meme that was like Subarus. You'll either see old women in them, or you'll see young hippies in them. Something along those lines. And I was like, man, I like Subarus. I guess I'm one of those. But I'd want the STI. Excuse me. I want like the STI. My favorite was the STI hatchback. Actually, I really liked those. I was looking for them for a while. Um, but a lot of them had like salvage titles or um, were yeah, salvage titles, or they had like 300,000 miles on them. I think there's probably quite a few people that don't particularly like hatchbacks, but I think it's pretty neat. Let's see, how do I take this down? Yeah, they stopped making them. Um, this stuff does not like to cut. crazy. I got the good muscle memory. I don't need to measure. Let's see, we're going to make this one. We will make this one. These might get claimed a little later today, actually, but we'll see. Vibrated a little bit right there. You can see it. Or maybe you can't. Let's see. Did that help at all? I can't tell if that helps or not. Oh, no. That's good enough. Sorry, it's in like a, because I flipped it around, um, it's in what's called a show mode. Um, I don't know what that means. It makes it so the camera flips, I guess. And let's see, create a little shine there. I don't know if that made it any better. I'm gonna go with it probably. What are you doing? Let's see. I think until I get the cap, yeah, until I get the cap, forget it. We'll be good. Okay, we get a little dip into there, and it bulges out right here. If you take a look at people that are starting off with making pins, there's a good chance you'll be able to tell people that are pretty new at making pins because they'll have a big old belly. They'll have a belly in the middle. So next time you go browsing Facebook and you see some kit pins and stuff like that, you'll see you'll probably notice that. And because people don't want to go too deep and break the blank on brass, whether they admit it or not. That's your problem. That's all right. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just I find it interesting to notice and pay attention to those things. I don't think that there's a problem with that. I just think that it's kind of funny because, I mean, you can tell that there's a belly, and you also can see that towards the ends you went much smaller. It's like you know you can do that. The brass is the same all the way through. Let's see. Hey, you can see that pretty good. So this here, and this here are the low points. So what I'm trying to do is make it so it goes down. You can see right here and there as well. Same thing. Uh, you thought it was interesting when I said it? Yeah. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong, I was doing it too. So I was the same way. It's partly how I can recognize it. Okay, pretty good. Good, good. Almost there. Just a little bit more. Deeper there. Boom. Good to go. Let's see. So you just sand or file that flat? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Pretty much. But you know, it's one of those things where you can go for a look if you want. Uh, some people they go for a look, a certain look. That is what it is that they go for. The reason I use the file is to get it, you know, flat. And if you have a nice flat surface to begin with, it makes sanding easier moving forward. Otherwise, you're going to have to sand that until it's all flat. And that would make more work for Abby. And I can just do it over here. And also, kind of finalize the shape that I'm working on. Oh man, there goes $5 right. $5 gone. I'm only kind of joking. Yeah. Now she's nice and flat. Okay, that's pretty good. I should have tapered it just a little bit up, a little higher, but you can tell that like the transition, the steepest part of the transition right here. Could have been a little higher. Oh. I wouldn't say that you necessarily need to work on that more. it's just one of those things. If you like what you're doing, I wouldn't recommend necessarily changing it. Um, but I would, however, say you should push your limits if you wanted to improve. Uh, you should try things that you think might not be a good idea. Keyword there is things that might not be. It's like I think it would work, but I'm not positive that it would work. So I'm going to try it out. That's that's the kind of stuff. Uh, you got to test that theory. I mean, just you got to go crazy. This is going to be and quite a bit of material is going to come down. Um, well, I'm still not for it at 125. Hey, well then you might never know if it's a good idea. So for this, you can be very, uh, you can literally just do this all the way down, and then go back and smooth it out. Now you can also run a square carbide left to right, like this. But as you can probably imagine, uh, steering wise, it may go a little deeper or shallower. So having it be consistent is quite hard. Definitely getting larger. I need to go back to remember, if you are doing this towards the end, you can run the same thing with the metal lathe. You can stick out the back if you maintain that same pressure. Hop on in there and trim that little bit back down. Man, this stuff is hard. It makes my tools hot. So hot. Like I said, this is going to be a guardian, so we're going to hop in here. Open. Oh, nice. Oh. So the way that I'm using this is kind of like how I use a skew, right? So if you were using a skew, you could go in here and then, kind of round it. So that's kind of the way that I'm using this right now. Well, was using it shape. You actually can tilt this and then use it a bit as a scraper too. I just never do. It's more comfortable using the round to do that. And you can use the same thing and do the same thing with the square, but you could also use it as a scraper and you go across like that. And kind of like I said, it's just like using the skew like this where you're going across. Okay, so just to illustrate a point, let me get the calipers here. So we're at, there, now we're at 0. So here we're at 1495 over on the back end. We're at 1497. In the middle, probably going to be about 15 something. See? It's one of those things where in the middle, it's just one of those things that sticks out. So that's a part of why I use the file as well, because if you're doing it manually, you'll run into that. And, looking at it, it doesn't look like it's off like that. So it's narrow to thicker to narrow again, which is not a big deal, but that's the look that you're going for. The most important thing is being aware of it. And doing it if you choose to do it, not because you didn't know or notice. All right. Too bad. Crank her up a bit more here. That's what we want. Um, so you saw how I parted the Guardians, or the Marauders, rather. The Guardians, I can do that, or I'll use this, and then I'll take it inward like that. So it makes it so the dimple doesn't come out. And you'll just be pointy until it's sanded. I'm going to take a little bit. Just a little bit. There we go. Hang on now. One Guardian. Guardian. Give myself a good amount of time to put it down on another lathe. Maybe not a lot, but some. Whew. Cool's getting hot. That's hot. Toasty. Right. Give my tool a chance to cool off a bit. Sorry about that. So this is actually one of the few times, if I was turning my card up, it's one of the few times that I would get a glove while turning. But, you know, turning multiple of these, it's crossed my mind a couple times. I'm going to just go back to my disclaimer. I think it's rich. Let's take a peek at that. So I need to take it down a bit more before fine tuning. Slow it down. Back in definitely needs to be a little smaller. It looks nice. Looking good. Oh. Let that just be. Crank up the speed a bit. And then come in, put some positive pressure. And look there. Oh, that's pretty. Ooh, that's pretty. Oh, yeah. And this, that. Bing, bada, boom. Okay. Hmm. Fine. I will leave it. Okay. Switching over to cap again. Go. Uh-oh. I'm gonna switch over my mic here. Okay. Test. Test. Good to go. All right. Sorry about that. I had to switch over the microphone. Alrighty. So this one is going to be a Murata. Just enough to be not gonna put pressure on that. Mhm. Speed up a bit on there. Heck. Okay. Let me measure quick, see how big the barrel is, and let's see how big the cap is. That's good. A bit more here. All right. Let's grab the barrel right quick and see how we're going to get it. Oh, yeah. That's right where we wanted to be. We'll talk about. Huh. Wonder if we should take the barrel down just a bit more. Revisit that in a minute. Okay. Okay. Hey. At least a mil or so. Yeah. Not a mil. That's what we're looking for. So. Right. Indeed. Now this one is going to be carbon. Up here. Righty. See what we're going for. So with the carbide, I'm using edges of carbide. It's very different than what's normally talked about. You know, you flatten and you go back and forth, but you can turn it all kinds of ways. Which, if you are using carbide, you could just give it a shot, see if it's something that you like. Back the speed up a bit. Look, swing that here. Trying to get this. Wow. Oh, that's okay. Go ahead and back off and stuff here. And put this out of the thing. Now, hit it a little bit with the round. Okay. That's pretty nice. Let's take a look at it with its other part here. Let's see. Hmm. I think I need to take the barrel of that one down a bit more. Here. Nicely, I'm going to be so pressed for the space. A little bit more room on this side. Alright. Go ahead and make that mark in the background. And then let's start working on some shape profile. It's going to be starting rounded area to the paper. With the round carbide, what you can do is actually go into this groove here, and then you slowly rotate it while pulling it out, and you can get start working on your profile and getting that rounded effect. You can even take it where this back part of the tool is going up against here, and you're trimming it a little bit. You can kind of shade it like that. Just makes it so you can kind of feel it a little bit. Here. Just smooth side here. Okay. Crank you up. Now we're just going to do this small and work our way further. The rest of that's just going to be sanded to its own shape. It's a pretty good one. So you can take both of these barrels just a little bit thinner. Let's see. This is going to be fine. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see what we look like. Hey, Billy, welcome back. I thought somebody might have taken you or something. Okay, back this off. Okay. That can easily be sanded. Had to do some business. I hear you, man. We had to earn the bean. got to take this one down quite a bit as well. So. There we go. Slow this down. Find our highs and lows here. And then make corrections as necessary. I'm going to cook a cherry pie, laser engrave a family photo on top. Nice. Well, that sounds fun. All right. Unfortunately, the back part here, I'm gonna do this unsupported, which is not ideal, but because we're sanding, it shouldn't be a problem. You got a lot of people in the. You got to get in there. On that cherry pie. Maybe you're gonna have to make a couple of them to fit a whole family, big family at least. Pretty good. Let's take a look at partner here. Excuse me. You make a killer cherry pie. That sounds dangerous. Let's see. Use Fireball, whiskey, and clove. Kevin, your meeting's over. Nice. Well, welcome back, man. Appreciate you coming back. You too, Hillbilly. Appreciate you coming back. Appreciate other people stopping by. Might be later that they hear or see that, but what ifs. Yeah, but I'm using my little piece again here. It's not right. Work out. Let's see. Like supporting staying in normal. Not kindergarten minor. That's good. That's good. So you can kind of, you may or may not be able to see, but when this back end is turning at a higher speed, it's causing the run out. So you can look at it, it's kind of like the tip of my finger here, where it's kind of wobbling. So that's a part of why if you're doing unsupported like this, it's best to sand slow. That way you don't work the shape of it too much, if at all. But that shit's not going to work right now. I was able to do it one time. Better than not at all. All right, so here's what we're looking at. There we go. So 2 Guardians and a Marauder here. Unacceptable? I know. That's how I feel about it. A little bit. Clouds. Uh-oh. Did too much jaw jacking and didn't hit one of these spots. That's why I look at these things like 10 times to make sure that, you know, I cross my I's and dot my T's. Make sure I get all the good stuff. What I'm talking about right now is this. You can see the dimple. It's still there. So, also this is a triple start. So when you do that, you're gonna make sure, hey, look at that. First time. Hillbilly, that's awesome, man. I take it you haven't seen, what's her name? Well, there's somebody that does river tables. And if you saw that, yeah, that's an excellent find, man. Congratulations on that. That's awesome. I love it. I love it. Hey, what's up? Let's see. How do we do this? Mike. Here's Mike. Kim Tippin. I haven't heard of Kim Tippin, but I think there's a woman that does like goldfish and stuff in river tables. It's really, really cool. But I hope it looks awesome, Hillbilly. You have to keep us posted, man. I mean, if you end up making the table, Hillbilly, that would be a house furniture piece. Oh man. Oh, how far down are you? You need a sponsorship? Yeah. All right. This is frustrating. I need to look at the depth that we're at. You can see there's just a little spot left there, but that is unacceptable and cannot be there. So I need to check my depth right quick. Oh, okay, I'm good. I'm pretty good. No problem. Just need a sponsorship, yeah. We'll do open it up. An idea. The guy wait for historical pen. Just thinking now you could do label casts. That'd be dope, Hillbilly. Really cool. Right on, Hillbilly. We can have fun with that. Stabilizing is not my thing. I'm glad other people want to do it. Because it makes a pretty cool appearance. It's pretty cool stuff. There we go. All right. Goodness gracious. Now it's gone. I will just hit it with a little bit of a tapering and then we'll be good to go. The tapering will be with sandpaper. Stabilizing your own burls. Well, Hillbilly, I'm gonna keep an eye out for that too. If you get any stabilized cedar burl, I don't do much wood, but I do have a love for cedar. Good job. Uh-oh. Alrighty. Come on. So my AC hose just popped off a little threaded thing, so I gotta get that back on. Sorry about that. There we go. Whew. Sorry about that. Back. You're just in awe with the skills with resin. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Got about 36 feet of log you've harvested. Oh yeah, I meant to ask you. Were you able to convince your wife that day to come help you out with some of the harvesting of stuff? Let's see. Let's see. When you get set up, want to trade some cedar burls for a pin? Hey, maybe. She helps out as a supervisor. You got to have somebody for C2, some command and control, you know. It's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it. And I keep telling my kids, you know, it's not as easy as you think to be in charge. Decision making tough. You can always do what you want to do. It's not without front loading from this. You can kind of feel how many things you're gonna be able to get there. She loves panning for gold with you. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. Let's see. Here we are. Do some of this action right quick. Oh. Ah. Okay. Well, I have completed that set. And the next up that I got to get done right quick is this. So I'm going to turn this into two sections. And there's sections that are going to be for these two pins. So these two pins are going to have sections made from this. So one is going to be an M15 section, It's already got one, but somebody doesn't like the color. It doesn't match, and it doesn't match very well. It's just funny. So we'll be getting a black opal, is what we've called this material at least. Black opal. You can see the color shift plates in it. Yeah, I'm gonna knock it round and then get it uh, done for that. um, I think I mentioned it before, but I did get a new toy, and making these sections, you'll get to see it. You've been using Alumilite resin, thinking about switching to Total Boat. What are you using the resin for? If it is for pin blanks, uh, you know, go for it. I mean, do whatever you want. Pin blanks, yeah. Why? What is it about Alumilite that isn't working out for you? Not curing as hard as you want. Huh. Well, that's a bummer. Could definitely understand that would be frustrating. Um, have you, well, how long do you wait? Yeah. How long do you wait uh, after you make them? Golly. I'm thinking of answers while I'm asking the question, and it's messing me up. Huh. Even weeks later. Hmm. What kind of Alumilite are you using? You shouldn't have to use a CA finish on that. So, but yeah, what kind of Alumilite are you using? Oh. Clear cast. We use clear slow. Yeah, we use Alumilite clear slow. And we buy it by the 80-pound sets. Yeah. That is one of the problems with resin, man. It can be complicated if you don't know what you're looking for, because like I mean we bought a bunch of stuff that we didn't need, is basically the way I'll say it. Um, but yeah, we just bought a lot of stuff that we absolutely didn't need. but we didn't know any better, so it wasn't. We just kept trying different stuff. Yeah. We do small stay wood blanks for vape mods with Alumilite, and remember baking them. Yeah, you can do that. Um, I think some resins instead of I think one of the problems that some resins run into is when their chemical reaction occurs, they don't actually get hot enough because there's not enough there. And so when you heat them up, like a post-cure session bake cycle kind of thing, you'll end up getting them to a much higher temperature. But you know, you gotta be careful with that. You don't want to burn down anything. You play with the ratio a little bit. Think you might be off. Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't mess. I wouldn't mess too much with the ratio. I do know some people use a little bit more hardener, uh, but you'll run into problems if you use a little bit more of one than the other. You'll obviously end up having some left over of one and not the other. You could use your toaster oven that you cure your clay in. Yeah, I reckon. I reckon. The blanks were wrapped in aluminum foil. Yeah. Yeah. I think a lot of people, when they're doing hybrid blanks, they toast all the moisture out, at least as much as they can, out of the wood. That, and then you just go right into the pouring of it. Because if you leave the wood out after you baked it, obviously it'll start taking on the moisture from the humidity again. All right. Smoke breaks over. Got to get back to it. Let's see. What was I doing? That's what I was doing. Okay. Boom, boom. Right now, I am using this to get a center mark on my blank here. But yeah, we don't really use wooden blanks very often. And if we do, we would usually just buy them uh, from somebody that's already put all their time or put some of their time into it. So just let people that are good at stuff be good at the stuff that they're good at, and then encourage them to continue. Got some prep. Cool. You won't be able to lurk. That's all right. I appreciate you hanging out with me, man. Good luck on the syringe and the smokes, the smoke effect that you're going for. It sounds pretty cool. Been working with wood for decades. Nice. I have not. Uh, Pins in the last few years. Nice. I've only got about 5 years with pens, but for the most part, it's been exclusively pens. So you turn them down 90%, and you can finish them yourself. Nice. I have to keep that in mind. Let's see. All right, fine. Fine. Let's see, getting a center start here. Turn from snakewood to bacote to zebra wood. Snakewood, I like snakewood. I like that it's also hard, and you can do longer pieces a little easier, and it looks really good. So one of my faves. Almost ready to do laser cut wood blanks. Interesting. Cool. Like I said, I don't do much with wood, but I have been actually working on my sleevings. So I would be able to do that. Fountain pens don't do well with wood, so you have to, I guess you don't have to. I feel like I need to sleeve them, and I figured that part out. So yes, there may be some wood on the horizon, but won't be doing much of developing right now until at least I get back from Orlando. And then I've actually got two other projects that, well, three other projects that I've been making progress on. But the sleeving is actually one of the ones that I've figured out recently. I mean, you can't really tell, but this one is different on this side, different on this side, and then this part here is completely different. Do I make any fountain pens with the lever suctioning? I do not. Not yet, although that is one of the things that I was looking at. I went and bought an Esterbrook from one of the pin shows in Raleigh, actually. And I got one of those little bladders that go along with it. So it is one of those things that's on the back burner, but yeah. Yeah. Well, this poor Esterbrook's going to get dismantled. So $50 for a pin that I'm just going to take apart. It might go back together, no problem, but it will get taken apart. Because I have a different idea in mind for it. But sacrifice, yeah. Well, yeah. I do that. I do that a lot. I don't break it. I take it apart. But yeah. Anyway, well, I hope you get your task done, man, that you're going for. I am gonna run, grab some water right quick. fiber tip pins are popular. I've seen those. I actually made a section of that, but again, it's one of those things that I figured out how to do and then put it on the back burner again. Uh-oh, I think I just threw it off. But yeah, they are pretty cool. Anyway, I think it flew off the back. Oh, Lordy. Oh, here we go. This little guy, something like that. They use the converters. Yep. Yeah, those are definitely pretty cool. But yeah. Yeah, I figured out how to make them and then I shelved them. uh, yeah, I believe it. People like gel pens like crazy. And I'm more of a rollerball person, or a ballpoint person, not a rollerball person. But yeah. I also really like fountain pens too, so there is that. But heck yeah. All right. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go get some water. It had a quest. Uh-oh. Well, there you go. That sounds that sounds like a time, huh? Well, that's cool. Somebody's got you uh wants you to do that. Well, you can't be out there having yourself a good time while you're doing it too. That's just not safe. But that's pretty cool. I'm gonna try. It's a little warm out here. Have a good night, Hillbilly. Thanks for hanging out with me, man. Okay, we are back, ready for some more action. One of the things that I said, it fell behind. It did. So this is what he was talking about too. In the Hillbilly, he was talking about these, or something like these. So these are roller balls that take converters, which are pretty cool. Let me grab a converter right quick. I'll show you. There we go. All right, so here we go. Converter, this, I made this section, and then whoop, it just goes right in. So people that don't like fountain pens, you can have a roller ball. There we go. So it's just this part right here. They're not very expensive. I'm pretty sure you can get them from Beaufort. But, you know, again, making sections can be tricky. So if you just follow the way that I did it and that I've showed many times, you won't have a problem. So interchangeable. The section is, if you made two sections, then maybe, oh, actually, 1 second, let me look at something. Let me look at something right quick, because maybe, well, first of all, let me go ahead and dispel that one. No, but also, maybe. But not with that one. Maybe that one. I don't remember what the threads are on it because I haven't made it in a long time. Come on. There we go. Let's see. I would have to spend some time, but maybe. Well, let's see. Maybe, Kevin. Not with the Joe 06, though. And this looks, it doesn't look like it would be, but like I said, you can make multiple sections. So if you made this section, excuse me. Oh. If you made this section fit for the rollerball, then you made a Joe section. Good grief. I thought spring was over. You just make the tenon for the section to fit right in. Yeah. So, sort of interchangeable. Oh, damn. I don't know why. I'm so sneezy today. Let's see. What else we got? That's too big. Bach won't work. Joe 5 won't work. Joe 6 won't work. Yeah, the section will. Some potential. Sure, man. That's how you could differentiate yourself if you wanted to do that. I'd be willing to bet there'd be people that like it. But on the other hand, I'm sure there'd be people that might be overwhelmed by it too. So, something to keep in mind. Too many decisions. Ooh. Okay, okay. So, potential. Let's see. Talking about potential. If well, there's different demographics, right? There's different types of people going to different places and different stuff. So when people go to a fountain pen show, they expect to see fountain pens. However, if you do a little bit of something else to kind of dip your toe in the water and see kind of the read or the feel of what people see or have thoughts of, that's not unusual either. Um, but if you were to go to a fountain pen show with a bunch of ballpoints and roller balls, um, you probably will get people come to you, but you're not really, I don't know, participating in the fountain pen show if you don't have fountain pens. I don't know. Kind of a weird, kind of a weird thing there. However, if you just made a whole bunch of sections and somewhere for fountain pens and somewhere for the rollerball back there, all you would need to do is switch the section depending on where you're going. So if you did like a fair or something like that, they'd probably be more interested in like roller balls. Whereas you go to a fountain pen show, they'd be more interested in fountain pens. um, but yeah, I will say if you do go to, hmm, should I say it? Should I say it or should I not? Nah, we'll keep it on the down low for now. But just knowing where you're going and uh, have stuff that is appropriate for uh, where you are is it kind of should go without saying, but some people push boundaries, which can sometimes be a good thing, but I wouldn't recommend starting there necessarily. But that's just my 2 cents. Mm, if you want to do that, go for it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's good. Okay, let's get back to it. Got gotta get this. Get this going. Okay. Do some of that, some of this, some of that. Need a dead center. Okay. Right on, man. I'll see you later, Mike. Catch you later. Hate when that happens too, man. Sometimes wood just doesn't want to cooperate. See you around. Here we go. All right, so let's see. These are center marked for the most part. I favored a little bit higher. Yep. This square blanks, if you put anything inside of them, it likes to collect on the bottom. So when you're doing your rounding, you can mitigate that by offsetting a little bit more towards the surface of it, but you know, it won't always fix itself. But there is a little bit of that you can do. Something fell over there. This is that. This. Okay, here we go. Right on, David. Tell him I said hey. Go for it. Okay. See. Cool, cool. A little bit more here. All right. All right, so no problem. This is fine. The piece that we're making is about half an inch. We'll switch back over here. And then come on over here. I'm going to make this section right quick. 2 sections. Okay. They said hi back. Nice, Kevin. Thanks. Okay. Try to bang this out right quick. I think if I was to aim that camera down to where I was working, it would probably be considered inappropriate. So, yeah. I'd have to test that before I did it. Need a live center. All right, Kevin, I'll do it. Because you asked. Then we'll stand there here for a second. Um, that's not too bad. That's not bad. I guess we'll come a little bit more this way. That's not bad, huh? I guess for some reason I thought it was going to get a higher point of view there. Let's see. Let me zoom in a bit. Oh, here we go. Get some focus going. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, hey. Yeah, you're right. You're right. See? Sometimes you just gotta listen. You just gotta listen to the people. Let's see. You tight enough. There you go. Good, good, good. Okay. Gotta get the vacuum going again. It also helps that this is a DSLR mirror with camera. So it's a pretty nice camera. I mean, the old one is better nice. What? You broke it.
No. It's not broken.
Oh.
If I need to sand it all the way down. So this is obviously not polished, but you see there's like a ring. It's like pretty far down.
It looks like CA.
It is.
Oh.
But it's all CA flat, so I'd have to sand it all the way back down to where that is.
Meh.
Let me polish it, and you can still it's clear ring, but it's
Well, how much longer would polishing it take versus starting all over? You can see what it looks like polished.
I already did it and sanded it before, but now there's like
Well, maybe it's okay. Tidied back up. Where are we? That would be a big old bite there. We'll start here, probably do a couple runs. Okay. Going to do a full run now. Let's- All right. So because I am using a 3-jaw, I don't have to have all the surfaces completely flat. I just need the majority of them flat because I don't need the diameter that it is. And as long as it's not grabbing a hold of the flat spot, I won't have any issue. But it looks like, aside from this spot right there, it looks like I got everything small enough anyway. Okay, next thing I've got to do, pop this out. Do this action. Pieces, how you doing, man? Mr. Moon. I am indeed doing well, working on some Orlando pins. Well, I suppose earlier I was working on Orlando pins. Now I'm working on pins that are going to Orlando. I don't know if you consider that the same or not. Okay, I don't need the vacuum anymore. Joined very late. What's been going on? Well, I finished 3 Operex pens, like shaped them, and then I finished 8 caps and barrels for the Orlando show pens. And Abby is working on them right now. So we'll see what they look like here in a little bit, I reckon. Okay, so because of the way that I'm doing this, I'm just going to cut them. Okay, got that. I'm going to back it down to here. All right. There we go. Okay. Let's get my other mark in place here. Can't see that. Here we go. Alrighty, okay, here we go. So we've got this. Basically, I'm going to cut this bottom line and cut this bottom line. And then I'll end up with the middle remaining, or as a remainder. I'm going to use a bandsaw right quick. Alrighty. section tray. One of these is going to be a larger section than the other. The other one's going to, one of them is going to be meant for a M15, and the other one is going to be for a M13. So one's going to be, what, 12 millimeters, and the other one's going to be 14 millimeters. Okay. Boom. Very calming stream. I appreciate it. Is that a nice way to say it's a boring? Just kidding. Just joking. And you're very welcome. Very welcome. Alrighty. Any new designs? I wouldn't expect any new designs. Well, yeah, I wouldn't expect any new designs um, until I get back from Orlando. But I do have some in the works. So Abby has been enhancing some of the existing designs. We'll get to take a look at that here in a little bit. Yeah. That's good. But I remember you saying that you were interested in the Sharpie design that I mentioned before, and I hadn't forgotten. Just excuse me, I haven't had I haven't taken the time to do it yet. Oh, jeez. Excuse me. Oh, that's nice. That's a little bit nicer. Yeah. Okay. Sweet. All right. All right, Kevin. Oh, I catch this up so fast with you. Wow. Very kind words. Life does go fast. Oh, okay. Looking good, looking good. All right. This is for you, man. This is my new toy. One of my new toys. Okay. All right. This is obviously the front part of the section, right? Here we go. Bum, bum, bum. Come on now. Where is it? That's what we're talking about. All right. Good. All right. I hope you didn't blink because now it's ready to thread and it should be done. All right, let's check it out. Um, let's see how we looking. Ah, so close. Perfect. All right, here you go. Anyway, that's my new toy. At least one of them. I got another one that I haven't quite shared yet. I'm gonna play with it a little bit more before I get to that. I know, right? Oh, yeah, yeah. I gotta say, man, it's one of those. It's very unknown. One of those little secrets. So now you are aware something like that exists. Let's see. All right. But yeah, it makes it so you can do the steps with one bit. Pretty crazy, huh? I probably limited my reps on it. At least on stream. Can't have people thinking it's that easy, you know? Yeah, it is. Oh, man. But yeah, I had to figure out how I was going to do it. And then I played with it a few times, and then I came up with uh, how I did it, or how I was going to implement it, rather. I'm sure there are other ways to implement even the same tool, you know? But this is how I like to do it with what I've got and with the builds that I do already. Yeah. Let's see, what are we at? What are we at? It's the beast. Like a beast, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. But I mean, you got to be here in order to see those things, you know, or at least know where else to look. So, but yeah, it's even more of a cheat code, I'd say. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Uh-oh. You need to take a little deeper and right there. Come on now. There we go. Yeah, Moon, how was your day? You I hope it was a good one for you. Not too crazy. Nice. Mm-hmm. Trash people called. Pretty good. Nice. A few days off of work. Up to much this weekend. Let's see. This weekend, building up more inventory. That's about it. I'm trying to get ahead enough to go to a concert on Monday, and then um, I think Wednesday is when we're going to be heading to Florida for the upcoming show. Yeah. So yeah, nothing too crazy. How about you? This weekend going to be a wild one for you? Oop, let's see. There. Never mind. There we go. Sure, it'll go great. You jealous? Ain't no reason to be jealous. You can come. but we'll also be participating in it. So there is that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's see. I need to trim this one down a bit. Let's see. Mm. And then hit it with the micro adjustment here. There we go. Let's see what we got. Perfect. Mm. Let's see. Still think I need to trim it down just a bit more. I guess this is going to be a 20 mil section. Okay, let's take a look again. Okay. Come on. Get out of there. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. No. Okay. There we go. I believe this is going to be a 20 mil section. $23. Got it right where we want it now, though. Okay. Oh, hey, Dowkies. Okay, let's see. Could be good. Set. Done. Okay. Let's see. We're going to go back over here. Oh, man, that video quality compared to the other one. Definitely, definitely different. Let's see. Oh, that's right. Hmm. looking for. Hey, that'll work, I think. What? Oh, it's the wrong size. Weird. Okay, that'll work. Okay, sorry, I had to find a mandrel. Oh. And there's a couple more. Why didn't I just look there first? Much nicer. Like I said, one of them is going to be 14 mil, and the other one is going to be 12. Let's see. We got a little bit to go on this one, but not much. So because this one is like this, we're gonna do that one as the M13, and this one as the 14. There we go. Live center. There we go. Okay. We are going just a bit. So I'm just going to right there. Right there. Right there. Think that might be good. Check her out. Oh, just barely. There we go. Oh, for the sections, I measure. Gotta measure because I can't use this back end for measuring, at least for the M14 the way it is. Right. Okay. Let's take a look at it on the pin that it's going to be on. There we are. Okay. Oh. Nope, need to take it down just a little bit more. A little bit here. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Yeah. All right. So this is what we got right chop. So that's what that's going to look like. Let's level it up right quick by throwing a nib in there. I think it looked better with a probably a silver nib, but maybe not. Maybe the going to look nice even when we get it shined up. Boom. Thank you. Thank you. Make sure I take my my section out of there. Let's see. Bum, bum, bum. Let's see. Okay, putting this over on Abby's spot area where she works. Okay. Shout out to Abby. All right, I'll let her know. Abby, Moon said, shout out to you.
What?
Moon shouted out to you. Right on. Um, Yarg. There we go. So for the other section, as I mentioned before, it is going to be for the other one. All right, trim it down to the diameter I want to begin at. A little bit. Gonna need a little bit more on the back end, probably. That has the front end. Up, up. Yeah, we're good. Yep, back in. Just a little bit. For this one, we're going to be more than standard. A nice little contour at the front. Where the pinch is. And then whoop it back. And then taper all the way up. Gradual slope until it gets all the way back to the base of the section there. And then make it a little bit more. Yeah. All right. Splendid. Oh, yeah. Okay. This is pretty neat. Let's check it out in the pin that it's going to be in. And sweet. All right. And here's this one. It's twin. This is smaller diameter. Boom, boom. James Bond. Yes, it is I. A military vibe. Yeah, I always thought that too. I thought this was like a cool camo look. Let's see. Sorry, I'm doing a little quick adjustment on the threads right quick. No. Well, goodness gracious. Um. Alrighty, let's take a look at them. Hi. Oh, I need to make another stratified section. I forgot about that.
Your body.
I got to make another stratified section.
No.
Whoops. All right. Has anybody seen the stratified before?
unfinished body part.
Let's see. What?
Body right
Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. All right, let's take a look at them. Alrighty. All right, so here is these. Let's get it. Oh, shit. I mean, shoot. That's good. Right there. There's that. Here's the smaller of the two. Obviously not sanded and polished yet. And then here's the larger of the two. And then side by side, I guess. You can really see the difference. They're quite a bit thicker, girthier. But boom. Oh, let's see. Those have to go to two friends like two buddies. Yeah.
You can make a cap in two sections, and then we have one other thing too.
What?
Make another cap in two sections, and we'll have a whole nother thing too.
This was skinny. I don't know if I want to do that one. Let's see. Well, since we're already in the section making section, let's go ahead and hit it up. All right. Well, I will show you. So it can't be separated. Yeah, I reckon. All right. So stratified. Let's see. Where is some stratified? Here we go. This is pretty cool. There's some stratified. Here's some more stratified slices. Here's the back end of it. But yeah, stratified. Let's see. If I make another. Let's see, do we want to make? Thank you. We like them. That's we actually have outfits that match them as well that we wear at pin shows. Nope. Yeah. But yeah, we have an outfit that matches it. Those take about what is it? About a month and a half to make those. It's funny. Really funny. When Abby went to the San Fran show, apparently somebody there had known about the stratified that we make, and saw that she was like selling them, and I guess she was coming over to be like, "Hey, Maverick does that." Yeah, it's funny. But let's see. To make the blocks, yeah, it takes about a month and a half or so. You know, each layer takes a day, and then yeah, each layer takes a day, and so a day and a half to 2 days or so for each layer. But let's see. Hmm. Okay. Over there. And then, yeah, we'll have to remeasure. It's super. Legend since day one. Heck yeah. So what we're gonna do here is this. I'm just gonna take it to the bandsaw right quick and then trim it up. That's what I'll do. Let's see. Okay. Good enough for that. The concert that we're going to is Falling in Reverse. Should be a good time. It's on Monday, and it should be a real good time. Okay. So this is now marked how I need it to be. Yeah, have you heard of Fallen in Reverse? Oh, I'd say they're kind of like Avenged Sevenfold, or maybe not quite as hard. I don't know. Have you heard of, let's see, Kim Dracula? I never heard of Kim Dracula until over the summer. Nope. I hadn't either. They're actually kind of TikTok famous, really. Kim Dracula is. And they went on tour with um, In This Moment, which is another probably uh, another band that if y'all hadn't heard of the other ones, you might not have heard of them either. But yeah, they're all bands. Uh, but what kind of tunes do y'all listen to? Let's see. I think Kim Dracula was from Australia. I like Abby kind of hates it, but I like um, I like a lot of female vocal stuff. But I also like the higher pitched sounds in general. Like we also went to a Lindsey Sterling concert, um, and I like hearing like the violin. She plays like a dubstep kind of hip hop um, uh, violin. Some people, let's see, some people are around country, old school rap, nice. Like how old school? Like Tupac and Biggie. Oh, no Gangsta's Paradise. Some Coolio. Are we talking older or not quite that far? Easy. Bone Thugs. Oh, nice. That's funny. Heard of Twista? The From the Tip of My Tongue song. That one's pretty wild. Some let's see, yeah, Bone Thugs. Let's see what else. There's actually one that popped up. Crime Mob. um, some let's see. McFly. Some Vanilla Ice. Okay. Fly. I hadn't heard of McFly. I mean, I may have heard the songs or something, but it doesn't ring a bell off the top of my head, at least. We are going to still McPhee, still. I still like doing this little step here. Creates like a nice tiny little relief for the very end. I don't like this section struggling to go in. Some good tunes. Some good artists have been listed. Oh, that's what we like to see right there. You know what? We'll come up close so you can see what I've been talking about. Oh yeah. So I like it when the sections are flush or just slightly recessed. But that's right where that one should, that's where I like it. And in my mind, that's where it should always be. But, you know, everybody's got their own take on stuff, which is fine. Perfectly fine. All right, this back over here. All righty. This is going to be a 12 millimeter section. My uh, my adopted brother was from a of a different. He grew up in a different side of town, and so when he was there, he listened to a lot of rap and up and coming rap artists, and that's where I learned about some of them. Uh, but then he switched and started going into a very different school. So, yeah. So that's how I learned about uh, those types of artists. I otherwise wouldn't have. I would have just grown up on classic rock. That's what my dad listened to all the time. Top three rappers? I wouldn't say that I have top three rappers. I don't really follow any of them. I just like certain songs. Um, I like some songs by DMX. Um, I like, well, actually, I like quite a few songs from Lil Wayne. So I'd say Lil Wayne is probably one of my favorites. And who can forget Will Smith, Big Willie style, you know? That's a that's a good. Oh, I didn't measure. But yeah, I'd say Lil Wayne's probably my like favorite. Uh, and I would say that solely because um, he's got probably the most amount of songs that I enjoyed at the time, at least. Um, and then I think after that, Eminem has always been one, but he just seems like a pretty obvious answer if you're talking about rappers. And I also got a shout out to Snoop, uh, but not just because of his music. I actually don't really like a lot of his music, but he is a very amusing character, and he is unapologetically himself. So I could definitely appreciate that he is that way. So let's see. Rock. Um, I really like Motley Crue. Was one of the first concerts I went to, and then Fleetwood Mac was another one that I went to. So I'd say those are some of the really good ones too. I I like good old Fleetwood Mac. I like Stevie Nicks. I was really excited. We were going on a trip to the Outer Banks, and I was told that Fleetwood Mac was going to be playing there, and I was like, "Whoa, that's awesome! How big's the venue?" They're like, "Oh, it's going to be only a couple hundred people," and I was like, "No way!" So I thought I was going to end up being able to meet Stevie Nicks, but I guess that was my naivety showing.
We told you from the beginning that it was a tribute band.
It was my naivety. Abby swears she told me that it wasn't actually her. It was the cover band. Anyway, I was really looking forward to meeting Stevie Nicks, but it didn't happen. But I did get to talk to the cover artist, so that's cool. That's still cool. I'll take it. Let's see. This way. I felt trolled, but it was pretty cool. It was at like a beach club kind of place. Um, in I think the Outer Banks is where it was. Um, huh? Oh, yeah, the Outer Banks. But yeah, I did not meet Stevie Nicks. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Really liked all the songs, and um, I also like Journey, and Journey was maybe I don't know, but I like Journey, and I liked it more when I found out my father-in-law doesn't like them. So it makes me like him even more sometimes because he's a musician, and I'm like, come on, play some songs from Journey. Yeah. Well, he doesn't find that funny. We went on a camping trip over towards the end of last year. I think. Um, was it last summer? We went on a camping trip with my daughters, and of course he brought his guitar. Um, and that's what I asked him. Oh, he didn't play any. We'll say that. He didn't play any Journey. That's okay. So I like the crew of the Motley style. But yeah. Not particularly a country fan. Um, I did have a period where I was digging country hip hop. Uh, it's a very different kind of sound. Um, the lax, the LACS, the lax, was one of the ones that I really enjoyed listening to for a while. Um, my kids liked it with me, but my wife did not like it at all. Mud digger. Yeah, mud digger. Yeah. Yeah. It's a good one. Uh, but yeah. How about you, Moon and Kevin? Who's y'all's top three? Oh, and I finished the section. Kid Rock. Oh yeah. Kid Rock legend. Limp Biscuit. Nice. I've actually revisited Limp Bizkit, some of the songs. I gotta be careful about some of the songs. Having young kids around. It's such a big deal, you know. Him saying it, 46 times in that rhyme.
Oh, fuck. Oh, sorry. You're not listening.
Did you think I didn't know what it was?
I can remember what word was mentioned.
Music bipolar just depends on the mood. Ah, hear ya. I mean, really.
It was
Shame. Just kidding. Just kidding. It's not meant for kids. Little Dicky. Huh. Um, Weird Al was also pretty iconic. I used to watch his music videos. Those are like some of the earliest music videos that I remember. But those were fun. They're funny. They're not PC anymore, so yeah. Um, let's see. Are those caps on the thingy? MTV days, MTV and BET days. Can I show them off? Huh? Nice. I'm not gonna mess with them too much. I'm just gonna leave them right like this. Mm-mm-mm. Alrighty. So here we are. So the barrels. Sorry. There we go. Here's the barrels. The inside still needs to get cleaned out, but that's what they look like, all nice and cleaned up. And then we've got the caps, and then let's get focused here on that. Too bright. And we put some finials into them. That's why I was cutting them the way that they were. So pretty awesome. So she's been crushing it. You know, looking at these, I gotta say I'm pretty consistent. Oh yeah. But yeah, those are the San Fran show pins that will be offered at the show. There will be no holds. Yeah, Orlando. My bad. Huh?
I didn't do same.
Yeah. My bad. The Orlando show. I was still thinking about where she went. But yeah, there'll be no holds until then. But yeah, these turned out pretty cool. Thank you, thank you. And she's working on the Oparex ones now. So she's crushing it as usual. Yeah. So I reckon I've turned my whole thing back here. The next step is to hop over here and do some more of these. Some of these. Some of these pastels here, which are going to be awesome. Let's see. And then the last. Oh, yeah. And if I get to them, I'm going to do these. So those are towards the back end. So the black ones here, and then some of the pastels are going to be the main focus until it's showtime. Yeah, I'll probably start with the squares, but I do have some blanks for the pastel type. So we'll get into those later, I reckon. Just got to see how far along we can get. Yeah, that's the plan. Yes. Yeah. I reckon I'm not going to start anything else tonight. It's been a good stream already. So. I think that's Yeah, it's, yeah. I might go work on some stuff on the inside the house. That is on the computer. But yeah, I do appreciate you hanging out with me. Certainly always a good time having the good company. And oh no, thank you, Kevin, for your company. I and thank you, Moon, for hanging out and for the shout out to Abby. It's always fun when she gets pulled in a little bit too. But yeah, it's been a good time. I appreciate y'all hanging out, and y'all made my day for doing so. And there's your headphones. Yeah, mine are dead too. They died a while back. I don't know how long ago it was, but I'm gonna work on some stuff on the inside. Good, I appreciate it. But yeah, I hope y'all have a wonderful evening. And yes, 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 we do. We do love Abby. She's nice. But all right. We'll see y'all next time. Have a good night.